Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. Good morning, Discord. Good morning, Klebcho. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Sias the Great. Vortic, you're here. Good morning, Vortic. Looks like your headphones are muted, but if you can hear me, good morning, man. Glad to see you all this beautiful Monday morning. How is everyone? How'd your weekend go? Decent weekend and good morning. Beautiful. Not going down. You know, I don't see I don't know. Everybody's talking short. I gotcha, but that's exactly why I don't want one. Everybody, my DMs, everything. I'm not a fan because everybody wants to short, so. It's only an indicator and it can be wrong. And I'm not saying if you find a reason to short, obviously go ahead. It's just for me, I'm not loving the idea. Just because everybody's short. We had no top wick on this candle, which was start of a kind of interesting close. But you can see what happened thereafter, right? And that would, I mean, that's what you expect. Think about what happened here, though, guys. Good morning, Sonny. Good morning, good morning. Think about what happened here, though, guys, right? Now, me and Sonny were just going over this in DMs, actually. Think about this. Everybody look, you know, everybody that's here paying attention, what we got going on, you know, as we talk about all these other strategies. What do? Here's your highs. Broke the high, came back, retested the high, right? Proper market structure, came up, made the high, came back, came up, broke the high, yeah, came back, came all the way back down. So where's your structure? Right here. So what is this? BOS, right? Break a structure, chalk, right? Change a character, however you want to look at it, right? Everybody's thinking, so where are we now? So since this broke below this level, everybody thinks the break of structure happened. What do you think is going to happen next? Retrace back up into your bearish order block, your supply zone, your resistance zone for a move down. Why do you think we came down here? No bottom wick. Then came down, threw on a bottom wick, and shot up. Everybody's trying to short, guys. I mean, that's, you know, it's just, and again, if you have a reason to short, by all means, do it. I'm not telling you don't, you know, don't short. I'm just telling you that you can easily see that the market played out for these strategies to see short. It is Monday, so could it have played? Yeah, absolutely. I still don't want to trade with these guys. I don't want to trade with 98% of traders, guys. I would rather just pass on the position and go on. But if you have a reason, go ahead. I'm not seeing it, right? I'm not seeing. I want to see these traders bullish. I want to see this make a new structure on the way up. Time and time again, stopping with no top wick. So what do we know? Then the top wick comes in. So what do we know? They're all bullish. They're running this thing up. And what do? We trade the flip and we watch them all fall to pieces. Why? Because you see something like this, and you guys already know how it works too. You know, you see this move right here, let's just say, and it starts to do this number right here. We know exactly what we're looking for. And they're bullish as all get out. That's why the structure's forming like this, right? No retest, no nothing. And then it stops dead. No top wick. Falls apart. Obviously, we got no top wick, but did we get movement like that? No. You actually came down, broke structure, went deeper than your structure. So everybody's thinking, okay, well, we're definitely going down. Came back up, popped the high, and then did what? Retested the structure right here. See it? This wick right here. So I mean, you know, we're not extended. I mean, it's great that it had no top wick. It got interesting, but we did test perfectly. I would love to see some nice candles with no structure test, and then pop no top wick. That shows that everybody's super bullish. We're moving price up, and then what'll happen? You know, it'll come back and we'll make them all wish that they weren't bullish. Well, what are they? Why'd they get bullish, right? If you look at the price right now and we start moving up, why would they get bullish? Well, because they keep trying to short these all-time highs, right? They keep trying to short these break-ish structures. These, you know, this is a double top. I mean, you can call it whatever you want, right? They're trying to short these areas because everything says short right now to the traders. So if they start moving up to where everything looks bullish, everything says up, that's when we're looking to short it back down. Well, we get that set up. Not necessarily, but that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the move up to where these guys say, I'm tired of shorting. I'm tired of getting my head kicked in. I'm a long. And they get bullish. Now we're looking for a short entry. Now we're looking to trade it back down. Hopefully that makes sense, guys. But I know everybody's been hitting me. Short, short, short. I want a short. I want a short. I'm not saying not to. If you can find a reason, go ahead. I'm not I'm sorry. Good morning, Paul. I did tell you good morning. Yeah, I'm talking. Surprised you didn't catch it. You can hear me everywhere, right? Yeah. You closed fully on a loss. Yeah, Klepjo. I'm sorry about that, man. I hate to hear that. But, you know, I'm currently not thinking short. Now, if we come down, right? And longs start coming in. Now I've got exactly the opposite thought.
The first probably 5-10 minutes. I can hear you perfect. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, Club Joe, what I'd be looking for if you're looking for a short would be to come down into this area. You know, maybe even down to this area, wherever your structure is, to where now you're seeing demand. Now you're seeing bullish order blocks. Now you're seeing support put in. Now you're seeing these big wicks on the bottom of the candles because people are buying it up. Then I'll be interested in a short. When everybody decides that, okay, we're not shorting the tops anymore, we're longing, you know, the bottoms. That's where I'm looking for shorts if we're getting into that area. Or like I just said, we get up and we start getting super extended to where everyone is, and I don't want to say super extended, I hate to use that word, to where we're running through levels without retesting. So structure is weak. We have no foundation. Our structure isn't any good, and all the traders are bullish. That would be where I would be looking for shorts. Just me, though. Everybody's got to trade their own style, and whatever works for you and whatever has kept you consistently profitable is exactly how you should trade it. I'm just telling you what it is I'm looking for, right? Does that make sense, guys? I hope. So everybody's always asking me, What am I looking for? And I'm always looking for the same thing, Club Joe. I'm looking for short traders to be short and trapped, or long traders to be long and get trapped to where we can trade through their stop loss. I'm looking to trade against the 98%. That's what I'm looking for. Hey, good morning, Ace. Makes sense. That's good. That's good. But currently, I still like the longs. But with that being said, you see how we're taking out these highs with the wicks. Little tough first off, and it's a little tough doing, you know, long and into all-time highs. I'd really like to see shorts come in, you know, us have some kind of maybe similar to this. And that's bright. And then get an opportunity to trade up out of it into the stop losses of the shorts. I want to see them shorts come in first and then start filling with these positions. I mean, that's what I want to see to trade up anyway. I mean, essentially, as you look at this, you say, well, you could have longed at any point, and that's absolutely the truth. I mean, you could have, but it's so hard to long at the all-time highs, right? We're in price discovery. It's so hard to, you know, you really need a setup of some kind that you can see where you're, you know, what you expect. Right now, we're just kind of in a no man's land. Even if you would have traded this, which you could have, you're only talking about 13 ticks. So even here, and then you break the highs, it's only like 3. So this move up, you couldn't really, you know, validate where you're going to even put your stop loss. I mean, not your stop loss, but your take profit at. I mean, for take profit 1, I mean, you could have just chased it, I guess, but it's just on the hour, this was just the close above. So currently, this was actually our first close above on the hour. The 30, you could have called it here, right? But as you can see, we really didn't have a bottom wick. It went up, came back down instead of putting a bottom wick. And then you get the bottom wick here, but now we've got to close below. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just, there really wasn't no great places to get involved, sadly. This is kind of the issues. Like I said, just got to kind of wait and see exactly what we can do here. The all-time highs are, in my opinion, tricky. Now, a lot of people may like them. I don't know. For me, it's a little tricky because you don't really have nothing to the left. So you don't really have structure that you're trading into at this point. There's not really structure that you can take advantage of. You're just kind of, you know, hoping for them pushes. And you got, as you guys know, we've been going through this for the last, what, 5-6 trading days now. And we've seen it happen. And there's been positions to get involved in. And we've seen this exact same thing happen for, you know, day after day with the trading days, to where shorts come in, push it down, positions fail, we come back up, we test the highs, we pop through, and then what happens? Shorts come back in, we come back up, test the entries, pop through their stop losses. You know, we've seen this happen time and time again. How easy is it to get involved? Not super easy. I mean, there's been plenty of trades that we've drawn out thus far during these all-time highs, but is it the easiest to trade? Absolutely not. I'm not going to say for a minute it is. All-time high is lethal, blown 3 accounts in the last few months at this level. Yeah. Do now, Club Joe. minus 50. No. Be in profit. Wait, I mean, you got to decide exactly what your plan is when you step into this thing. The video that's coming out, it'll be out today. Go and watch it. You got to stick to your strategy. You got to have clear set rules. You need to draw them. You need to draw them up somewhere, man. You need to get yourself a whiteboard or something. Put your rules on it and stick to them. Don't change anything. Stick to it. Always. Same thing. It was your setup. It was your entry, and it was your rules. Enter and stick with it. You have to have a clear setup plan. It's not just the entry. You have to have a plan of how you're exiting too prior to entering the trade. What is your exit criteria? But Joe, I mean, I assume you have entry criteria, right? Two, what is your exit criteria? Why do you take profit? Or why is your stop loss where your stop loss is? And if you don't have that clear set for yourself, you need to make sure that it is, because you don't want to get involved in a trade, right? And then decide how you're going to get out. You understand what I'm saying? You don't want to enter a trade not knowing what you're going to do now. You have to have an exit plan as well, you know? It's just like everything else in life. I mean, you don't go into a business not knowing where you plan to either succeed or fail. I mean, you can't just say, okay, well, I'm just going to go get this business here and then we'll just wing it and see how it goes. You have to know, okay, well, here's where we're doing well and it's going to work and the business is going to support itself, or so on and so forth. Or here's where the business isn't doing well and we need to shut down shop and come up with a new idea, right? You have to have these things, you know, figured out prior to just entering. Best case scenario, worst case scenario, right? And how you're going to manage each scenario as it happens. Oh, Sonny, are you still there? Let me make sure he's still there and not doing something else. Yeah. Okay, I wanted to go over this real quick, guys, because Sonny just had a issue with a funded account, right? And for any of you guys that don't know, and I realize a lot of you have traded with Apex, right? If you keep a position or an order sitting on your chart with Apex, and it's the end of the day, or you're going into the weekend, they will close said order. However, not all the companies are the same, guys. Some of these companies, and Apex used to be this way. I realize you guys weren't involved with Apex, you know, years ago, because you're just getting involved here. But Apex used to do the exact same thing as what I'm about to tell you here, and Sonny just went through this. If you leave an order open with the companies that don't close them, they will fail you for not closing your orders. Basically, you're trading outside of trading hours. Okay? So make sure you close your orders, because not every company automatically closes them. Some companies do, some companies don't. For instance, Apex automatically closes it. Lilu, and I mean, a lot of people don't even know this, on the eval stage, if you have an open order overnight, it just stays open. When you get back to the chart, you know, if you had an order, let's just say you were in a position at 3:30 in the afternoon, New York time, and it closes at 5, and then you come back at 6:30, that order will still be there and working on eval. Now, you break a rule with Lilu if you keep more than 3 micros open overnight on a PA account. So these rules, guys, you want to make sure that you pay attention to them, right? And if we need to go over these rules more or something, maybe that's something we need to do in the future. I mean, I'm still trying to get all these videos out, but maybe we need to go over the actual specifics of the rules, because there's companies that automatically close positions and there's companies that do not automatically close positions. And the ones that don't automatically close them, it is a fail if you leave your positions open overnight, over weekend. All right. And some companies have swing accounts. And I mean, we've been through that. The ones that have swing accounts, I put out a video for them. You can, if you buy that account, you purchase that account, you can keep it open overnight, over weekends. So it's just, it's all in how you guys prefer to do it, right? If you want to, and all of them have different times, you know. Apex was 5 o'clock, but they automatically closed 5 o'clock New York time. So that's the actual close. Top Steps 4:10 New York time. Right? So you guys want to make sure that whichever company you go with, that the rules really work for you and what you prefer, because there's just so many different rules that each of these companies have. And obviously, you know, if the rules don't work for how you trade, or if the rules aren't going to work well, you want to make sure that you kind of pick one that works well with you, right? But just did want to let you know that Sonny wanted to make sure that I did tell you guys, because that is, I mean, it is, guys, it is a thing. And I mean, I'll be honest with you here with another one. Let me see what Paul says real quick and I'll get on with it. Would I be right in assuming that these massive order blocks on Bookmap are possibly where all the stops are for the traders that are shorting? Look exactly what it shows on there. 2750. Yes, absolutely. Yep, those areas are where they're going to be at, above these highs. Yep, absolutely. Yep, Paul. So something else, daily loss limits. Right? If you work with a company that has intraday trailing drawdown, you're not normally going to deal with daily loss limits. However, if you deal with a company that has end of day, some of those companies, now their daily loss limits are a hard breach or a soft breach. And I'm going to tell you, most are a soft breach today, but some of them, I believe, are still hard breaches. I haven't went over all these rules to that degree in these videos. I mean, we've only been comparing what each company has to offer and, you know, the basic rules. Nothing that in depth. So essentially, some of these companies, they'll have a daily loss limit on end of day, and if you breach that, you know, it's a fail. So you do want to pay attention as much as you can to these actual rules. And I will be making a new video on Apex. A lot has changed for all you that, you know, are here and watching the Apex videos. I will have a new one. I'll try to get it recorded here today or tomorrow. I've still got 2 videos to edit that I made over the weekend. So, I will try to get that out, but there are some big changes with Apex. And everybody's asking about the recording. Okay, and I will go ahead and talk about that right now, right? They said, because this is one of Sonny's big questions, and I just want to make sure that I clarify it, it's a whole lot easier to talk on mic than it is to print, you know, text and DMs. So, they said that they are still doing the recordings. However, they've only asked 7 traders for recordings this month, right? So, John is implying that it's very unusual to be asked for a recording, for what that's worth. So I'm not going to tell you that you're going to get called for recording or you're not if you're working with Apex. I'm just telling you the information that was relayed. I will be putting out a full video that says everything that they've changed. I'm not saying whether to or not to go with Apex. I will tell you that one huge improvement, that Echo, if you're out there, good morning. Thinking about you because you've been watching a lot of this too. Their payouts are super quick now, guys. Oh, that is one of the biggest improvements that they made. There we go. Get up there and get them stops. That is one of the biggest improvements that they made. And payouts will be quick now. So there are a lot of other rules though, and this is what everybody doesn't understand completely, because a lot of you were new to Apex when you got in here, and a lot of their rules had changed to what it was, you know, a year ago, right? So there used to be a no buffer rule. That was one of the biggest things about Apex that I liked in comparison to everybody else. Now that is no more. They are trying to say live, that there's a path to live. I gotta see that one to believe it. I'm not saying it's not the case. I'm saying it's real. I'm gonna use the words wishy-washy. I know a lot of people from other countries might not understand what that means, but it's not clear. It's very vague as to how it is. Like, they decide whether you go to live and all these different things. It's still just like, you know, Top Step and those companies. I'm not trying to downplay any of those companies. If you guys are with them and they're working for you, absolutely. I'm just saying there's actually no clear path to live, and that's why I put out the clear path to live video, because those companies are ones that actually say, you do this, you go live. You can, you know, decide whether you want to go live or not. So saying, well, we'll see if you're consistent and we'll decide if you're going to go live, in my opinion, is not a clear path to live. So for you guys that want to go live, this is something that, you know, if that's a big thing to you, you want to make sure that you're with a company that allows you a clear, you know, path. You want to know what you have to do in order to achieve this, not they decide because you're consistent or whatnot. It should go and pop here. What time is it? 46 after. May do the same thing that we did all last week. This slow grind up. Oh my gosh. All right. Somebody tells you they're a good trader, they're not. What are you looking at here? What do we got going on here? I met someone in Discord. Somebody pay attention to this gold price for me while I'm doing this, because I think it's gonna pop. He said he's a very good trader. Try one of his trades. Stop lossing. Oh my jeez. I'll give you a laugh there. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Y. If someone has to tell you they're a good trader. Yeah, well, I'm going to recover this. Okay, Mr. Y, that's good. That's the way to look at it. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that say they're good traders. If they don't trade live for you, Mr. Y, or call out these positions live, or however you want to look at it, you know, I'm not even going to say, hey, they have to. Some people are funny about showing their screen for actually being in a live trade. But with that being said, there's no reason you can't call out a live position. You know, like I can call out a live position. I don't necessarily have to show my screen of what I'm in. That's an issue, right? Oh, 100 pip stop loss. Holy moly. Crazy, Mr. Y. Anyways, you want to see these guys at least call these positions live and see them play out. You know, do they have to show you their screen? Not necessarily, but before this thing, you know, trades like I do, right? You say, hey, you know, you could get in here. Here's where your stop loss is. Here's where your take profit's going to be, and see the position play, right? You don't want to listen to these people that you hadn't seen anything. And it's funny because these are the same kind of people that are selling courses and, you know, doing videos after the trading day of the trades that worked out after the case, and selling mentorships and selling, you know, paid Discord or Telegram signals groups, or crazy. It's crazy. So that's your first thing. Make sure you see this happen live. Make sure you see them say, here's where you should enter. Here's where your stop loss should be. Here's where we're going to take profit. Whether they're showing you their live trade or not isn't really that big of a thing, just as long as live, in real time, you're actually seeing a setup prior to it working out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Paul, you didn't... Oh, my geez. It was a disaster. He revenge traded, from what I heard. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, from what I heard, he lost like $1.1 million in 3 hours or something. It was just completely madness. And the problem with Don Vo, and again, I'm not harping on anybody. If you guys trade like Don Vo, by all means. But the problem with Don Vo, and Paul, we've talked about it before, was the fact that what he was doing was he was taking super little take profits and super big stop losses. So it only takes you a few stop losses when you're using it that way to lose a whole lot of money. And that's what people just never want to realize, you know?
I actually didn't realize just the size of the stop losses. I know we talked about it, but I didn't actually realize they were just as insane as they were.
Yep.
Russian roulette. It was going to get shot in the head one way or the other.
I would never trust anyone who calls themselves Don. Fair enough, Ace. Fair enough. That's hilarious. Oh, jeez. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, and people criticized him, and he would always say that that was just the way that he traded, right? But he would have 100 pip, 200 pip, 300 pip stop losses and a 10 pip take profit, you know? And people criticize him, and he says, well, you know, that's just the way I trade. I'm not an RR trader. And fair, I'm not an RR trader either. But you have to realize at some point in time that what he didn't do that I do, right? And here's where I'm going to show you the difference of how I trade compared to him when we're talking about RR. Because a lot of people will say, well, you're just the same. You don't trade RR. Absolutely, I don't trade RR. However, I am not just the same. I have a limit to my loss. I manage my loss. My risk management is based on what I will lose on a trade. He had no limit to his loss. Well, there wasn't any. It just is what it is. If he was taking a position, it was just the position that made sense. It didn't matter how big the stop loss was. And that's where I'm different in that sense. And me myself, from where I sat, I feel like that's the best way to do it because, in my opinion, you can only manage your risk in the market. So what is your risk? What is your risk threshold? You know, these are two things that you have to ask yourself. And now that's how you do your size. So if, let's just say, you prefer to have 100 tick stop losses, by all means, do it. However, if you're going to have a 100 tick stop loss, make sure that you're trading a size that allows you to risk that much, right? So you just size down. So if you want to have a 100 tick stop loss, by all means, just go down to micros or have a bigger account. You know, you could do the same thing by having a very big, account, just the same. So now a 100 tick stop loss is manageable with mini, right? But if you don't have a big account, then what you got to do is size down your position size so that 100 ticks works out for micros instead, right? So I mean, that's all there is to it, and that's what you want to do is risk, exactly what works for you. 4 tick is the high win rate strategy with a small TP. And oh yeah, exactly, 4 tick. That's exactly right, and that's the problem is, right? And I'm not an RR trader. However, I never take a stop loss over 30 ticks. Okay, and my take profit is normally around 20 for take profit 1, depending on the trade. And as I say, my stop loss is never over 30 ticks. That's exactly what it is. And everybody wants to say, well, you're taking profit. When I say this, you're taking profit at 20 ticks, take profit 1, and your stop loss is 30 ticks. Absolutely not. That's not what I said. I said my stop loss is never over 30 ticks. If my setup has presented itself right now, and I get a bottom wick on a candle and I'm going long, and that bottom wick is only 15 ticks, now my stop loss is 15 ticks. My take profit 1 is going to be the recovery of the next candle wick, which, like I said, is normally around 20 if I'm looking at the setup. So now I've got a 15 tick stop loss, a 20 tick take profit 1, and then I'm going to drag my stop as it goes into profit. And this is why I say that RR doesn't work for me, because my stop loss is always going to be the wick of the candle that I'm looking for the flip. My take profit 1 is always going to be the previous wick of the previous candle. And then I'm always going to drag a stop loss. So there's no way to consider your RR at that point. You understand what I'm saying? But a lot of times my stop loss is much smaller than take profit 1, let alone if we drag into profit. A lot of these trades will run 30, 40, 50, 60 ticks as we drug into profit. And like I said, my risk threshold is a maximum of 30 ticks. So how many times do I take a 30 tick? Do I have a 30 tick stop loss on my trades? Very unlikely. I think if you look at the trades that I've taken on stream, what is it? 126, 136, 145 trades total. And if I was to guess the number of 30 tick stop losses that I actually took trades that were, the maximum stop loss, I'd say probably, 4 or 5 of those were actually maximum stop loss. It's very unusual to have a 30 tick stop loss. A lot of times they're 17, 23, things of that nature. So that's most generally about where they are. But just a thought there. Mistake and boom. Yep. One mistake and boom is exactly right. And that's the problem. And that's something else too when you're trading the funded accounts. And he was always against funded accounts, right? And that was the reasoning. When you're trading the funded accounts, you have to manage your risk even more closely, because obviously you've got, that drawdown that you can't hit. And then people say, well, really, that's all the account you have then. It's up to your thoughts and how you look at it. That's what you can lose. The whole thing is, and a lot of you haven't used real money in futures before, but you have to have X amount of money in order to get X contract size. Understand what I'm saying? So in order to get, you know, 1 mini, you have to have so much deposited in your account. In order to get 2 minis, you have to have so much deposited in your account. So from the account standpoint, you have access to several contracts, and that's what makes it a larger account, right? The drawdown is their way of making it hard on you, because obviously they want as many chips stacked in their, you know, direction as they can. So yes, does that make it hard? Yes, but saying that it's a $2,500 account, unfortunately with a 50K isn't exactly the case, because if you, I mean, just take for instance Apex, you get 10 contracts, and of course that's a rule that's changed now too once you go to PA, but all that'll be released in the videos, guys. It is what it is. In order to get 10 contracts, 10 mini contracts, go and look at what you'd have to have in an account in order to do that, and you'll see that it's not a $2,500 account. $2,500 is not going to give you 10 mini contracts of GC. So,
The name on the candle is about to close reality in about a minute.
yep, and the hour.
In the hour, sorry.
No, you're fine. Both of them, all of it. That's good. I'm gonna close the doji, it looks like, too.
Yeah.
Ideas, more ideas to go long or short. What side is more idea to go long or short? Well, we're at all-time highs currently. You know, the shorts keep coming in. As soon as, like I said earlier, as soon as the traders get bullish, it'll be a good time to go short. Currently, they're still shorting. Looks like. There's, I mean, I don't know. There wasn't a bad recovery here. Like I said, I drew the box earlier, Mr. Y, right before you got here. I was looking for this price action that we're getting currently. You know, this is a decent set of, you know, setting up consolidation or a range, whatever you want to call it, right? So this isn't looking super, super bad. Traders will start trading this now. They'll start trading, you know, to them. Here's what they see, right? And this is the whole thing that you want to be wrapping your head around. They see this. This is what they see currently in the chart. It goes far down as here too, right? Make a little bit of sense of this. This is what they're looking at. Right? Since you know that this is what they're looking at, then those are kind of the areas that you want to essentially stay away from longing and shorting currently. Can we run through these areas? Yes, absolutely. That's what we'll be looking for, is ways to take advantage of them entering these areas and then stop losses being ran outside of them. It's a little tricky with these wicks that we've got here. I mean, you could almost say this. That's a big area though. So we got to kind of see how price runs on these candles. I don't exactly expect to really fall down into these areas too much, but if we do, we can start trading this back down to fill this range. So that's how I look at it. That's just what I see on the chart, and I try to draw this stuff out because sometimes I think you guys don't, you know, see it like this, but this is all it is, you know. So it's actually really, really simple when you put your head around it. You're gonna wrap your mind around it, and we don't want to trade with them. We want to trade against them. Big small trade and got out. There you go, Mr. Y. Break even? Yeah, it's all right. I would never trust Yeah. 7 count on the hourly. All right, that works. That's what I'm looking at right now. Like I said, until we get out of this consolidation area, that's what I'd be thinking. And what does that mean? Well, that means that we expect longs to come down in this area. We expect longs to come into this market and push this back up, right? So, are they going to keep trading this? Probably. Let's go back. Let's put that back on there. Let me show you something. Because here's how everybody looks at it, right? Here's where everybody's trading. Because everybody always asks me, well, what does it look on the 5? This is where everybody's trading. This is what they see. And they trade this 5 minute to death. But see, you can see now on the 5 exactly what they're looking at, right? Hopefully that makes sense. I don't know. It makes sense to me. Maybe it doesn't make sense to everyone else. That's what I see when I look at this stuff. And I see that 5 minute just the same. Everybody, and that's, see the wick going up? Why did that happen? See what I'm saying? I mean, it is what it is you're going to see this all the time. No, I'm not an affiliated partner. I don't even know what being an affiliated partner is. As your second person today who said this, and I get messages all the time. So Raza78, no, I'm not an affiliated partner. Don't know anything about it. People are long, and I thought, yep, exactly. And that's the whole thing. People are coming in long. So you got order block, you got demand, you got support, you got all these things, and that's why the wick came in. All these longs came in now. So what are we looking for? We're looking for their positions to fail if we want to get involved. Now, what could happen? I mean, you guys already know what could happen. You could sit there and bounce in between these for the rest of the day, Monday, not run any stops, and that's where the problem is, right? So, and not saying it's a problem for traders, they absolutely love it. They can sit there and, you know, short the tops, long the bottoms, and trade their trades and feel like they're confident and go into the week thinking they're the best thing since sliced bread. And then once the week starts nearing an end, they start grabbing all their stop losses, taking all their money back plus more, and then they cry all weekend long. So that's the problem, right? And if you guys have had that happening, I'm not making fun of you. We're here to change it so it doesn't continue to happen. All right? I'm not trying to hate on anybody. Everybody gets upset that I say these things, and they say, well, you know I do that. Well, I'm not trying to do anything but bring it to a realization that let's change it, right? Let's change it. Let's be successful. Let's not continue to repeat these same things that everybody else is doing. Move the order back on book map again, encouraging longs perhaps with spoof orders. Yeah, and that's the only thing I don't like about bookmap, Paul, and that's something that Sonny was noticing as well, right? They do a lot of that moving orders, so the data makes it a little tough to, you know what I mean, if you're trying to use it as a tool per se. Now you're kind of getting half false information, right? So
absolutely. I only use it just to get a rough idea where the orders are at, but I never ever assume that it's going to be there when you look the next time. That's why I've actually included that chart with the green lines that shows where the order blocks have been and where they're moving. So it's just to get an idea, just to see, you know, how accurate it is. But even in this short period of time, I can see them inducing the longs by putting the orders up higher and higher and higher. And then people that don't know what they're doing think that, oh, we're going long now. So it's only a confluence, so I'm only posting it just to give people an idea. But obviously don't be trading off it.
Joe, what do you mean What do you mean it's wacky? It's doing exactly, we just drew it up. Wacky about it. You like bookmap though, Sonny? Well, that works. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah. Monday's fun, Club Show. Monday's fun. Hey, Aiken. How are you today? Yes. Yes, listen to Paul, Club Joe. Listen to Paul.
Yeah, I don't know how many accounts now I've blown with revenge trading, so I know what I talk of. It's very hard not to.
And I talk about that in the video as well. So definitely something to pay attention to. Actually, video. Okay.
When's the new video been posted?
Put it in the education too. Already dropped it. I'm sorry. Gotta put all the links in and all that stuff. I don't do any of that. Record it, edit it, and then I put it on the social media platforms and all the rest, all the titles and links and all them things, description.
Excellent, I see it now.
Yep, exactly, Fortec. Exactly, and I say that in the video too, you know. Club joke, you know, stand up, get out of your chair, go outside, you know. Take a break. That's the best thing to do. If you lift, lift. If you run, go run around the block. If you don't do anything, then just go, you know, touch some grass, just anything. Go sit there, breathe in the air, take in the sunshine, anything just to get away from that day. Get away from that. Get away from that computer, get away from the market. Don't look at it, just walk away. If you really, really have a problem with revenge trading, once you lose, just walk away. You know, go take a 15-minute break every time you take a loss, if it really is that big of a struggle for you. You know, maybe more of a break. I don't know. You know, maybe half an hour break. Whatever works for them emotions to go away, for that anger where you want to revenge trade or whatever you want to call it. No, Max, don't do that. We can't. No. I'm not even going to repeat what you just put there. Oh my geez. Anyway, if you have a punching bag though, I guess you can go that route. Club Joe, but whatever it is, when you guys get in these, you know, you take a loss, if it's really affecting you, and I know I've talked to a lot of people that they, you know, their emotions get the best of them. They can't control the emotions once they take a loss. If you're one of them people, take a loss, just walk away. Just walk away. And Sonny, if you're still there, hopefully you are. Andrew, I don't know if you knew how he traded, but he was a huge emotional trader. The sniper, you know who I'm talking about. And how he did his trades, and I don't know if you knew this or not, but how he did his trades he would open his position, close his computer, and go for a walk. He has his take profit in place, he has a stop loss in place, and that's it. He could not sit through a trade. And that's another thing. If you have emotions to that degree, to where you can't sit through a trade, then walk away. Put your stop loss, put your take profit, walk away. Me, myself, I manage my trades. You guys already know, because it has to do with, you know, shorts and longs coming into the market, where stop losses are, stuff like that, right? So, I touch grass and paper. Fair enough, Aiken. But yeah, I mean, you however you control your emotions, right? And there's nothing wrong with these things. If you put your stop loss and take profit in, and you just go for a walk around the block and come back and let the trade play out, so be it. If that works for you, absolutely great. Go do it. You know what I mean? If you take a loss and you can't deal with the loss, go walk it off. Go lift some weights. Go do something. Anything to control them emotions. You have to sit there and think about it, right? What is it that causes these emotions to happen, and how can you defeat that? And it's whatever it is. If getting away is the way to defeat it, then do it by all means. There's no reason you have to sit here and just, you know, look at this chart if the emotions are flaring. There's no reason for it. It's going to do more harm than good. Just walk away when you get into positions like that. You know, I've got I know a trader that he gets into a trade and his heart rate goes up and it starts, you know, pounding out of his chest, and he doesn't know what to do. You know, it gets to the point to where it's madness, and there's no reason to put yourself through that, guys. If it's really that big of a deal, by all means, walk away, go do something. You know, enter a position and drop down and do 50 push-ups, something, anything. You know, imagine how you look if every time, especially you over traders out there, imagine how you look if every time you enter a trade, you drop down and do push-ups. You know, you're bettering yourself all the way around, right? So just find a way to, you know, get out of those emotions. Are they going to happen? Yes. You know, and I said that in the video too, as a lot of the people on YouTube will say, no emotion trading, trade like a robot. No way, guys. I'm just telling you, good luck with it. If you can trade with no emotion, great for you. It's not about not having any emotions. It's about knowing how to control them. Whatever it is that you can do to control those emotions so that they're not controlling you. That's all at the end of the day. Good morning, Aiken. Exactly, Fortic. Yep. Emotions are part of the game. Exactly. And that's, I have so many people, and they'll drop in the Discord too and say things like, oh, wow, you're not supposed to have emotions. I don't have emotions when I trade. No way. No way. What guru did you hear that about from, you know? It's all about having systems in place to manage those. Yep, exactly. Exactly. And that is the whole thing. And I think people just don't get that. When you have rules, you know, when you say, okay, this is my rules, this is what I need to, you know, look for a trade, this is what I need to enter a trade, and you follow them to a T, then that's going to help your emotions to a degree. And like I was just telling you, Club Joe here, you know, 20 minutes ago, then you have to have an exit strategy as well. So you have rules in place of how you exit as well. Well, if you stick to all that stuff, that takes the emotions to a degree away because you have a clear-cut plan of exactly what you're going to do, exactly how you're going to enter, exactly how you're going to exit. But now you still have to deal with the emotions of, did you win, did you lose? And a lot of people say, what do you mean, did you win? You don't have to deal with emotions when you win. Yes, you do. Win, those emotions you have to combat too, because you can get too overconfident and start over trading, start getting too risky. All these things happen just the same. Just like taking a loss and revenge trading back, these emotions are still within us. We're still human beings at the end of the day, guys. We're still going to have emotions. It's how you deal with them that matters, right? Like anything else in life, you have to, you have to deal with your emotions regardless. People think that, you just have no emotions when it comes to trading because so many people say this on YouTube. It's just not the case. I'm sorry, guys. All right, see you in a minute, Paul. It's just not the case. I wish I could tell you that you're going to get involved in a trade and that you're going to, make money or you're going to lose money and you're not going to care and it's not going to make you feel any type of way. You're just going to be a robot and you're going to continue on. But if I told you that, I wouldn't be telling you the truth. 100% honest with you, that's not true, guys. Oh, at least if you realize that you're going to have these emotions, now you realize that, just like Fortick said, you need to have some way to combat them as well. You need to have something that, helps you not let those emotions get the best of you, because that's really what the problem is at the end of the day. When guys let the emotions get the best of them, now they start making mistakes. Don't let those emotions get the best of you, you're not going to make those mistakes anymore. That's the whole thing, and it's a process. It takes work, guys, just like anything else, But everybody can do it. It's just like any other habit. I mean, any of you guys that, started driving, let's go back to driving, riding a bike. I don't care. Start wherever you want. How worried were you when you first got, on your bike, when you first got behind the wheel of a car? Those emotions were tough. But once you start making a habit of it and doing it time and time and time again and building confidence, the emotions aren't so bad anymore. Still got to figure out a way to combat. Super scared I don't own a bike. There you go, Aiken. But you know what I'm saying. And I mean, that's the whole thing. And you just have to figure out a way to manage them. If you're a revenge trader, take a loss, walk away. You may need to put a rule on yourself as to how much dollar figure you lose, or how many, number of trades you lose before you stop trading. I think that's a thing to keep in place myself. Does this work for everybody? Maybe not, but I feel like you should say, okay, I'll only lose X amount of money today. I'll only lose X amount of trade today, whatever that means to you, because some people figure their stuff on a dollar value. Some people figure their stuff per trade. Again, I figure mine per trade. I don't go a dollar value. So mine is 2 trades. If I lose 2 trades, I don't trade anymore for the day, right? And people will say, well, that's a $1,200 loss now. No, it's not. That's where it gets all, mixed up, because my 30 ticks again is a maximum loss. So I could have 2 stop losses that were 15 ticks. Now I've only lost $600 and I'm still done for the day because I do not do it on a dollar value. If you prefer to do it on a dollar value, by all means, it depends on your trading style. I do 2 trades. If I lose 2 trades, I won't trade anymore. I shut down. That's it. I'm done. So how you do that is very personal to yourself, but that's how I do it. It's not a dollar value. I don't care if I lost $100 or $1,000. It's too it. You know, if I got it wrong twice in a row, I need to come back tomorrow because, you know, either I'm not seeing things clearly and I missed something, or variance just isn't playing its way with me today, you know, and you have variance at the end of the day always, right? Just something to wrap your head around, guys, just so you blow an account over, you know, a loss. There's no reason for that, whether it's a account or whatever else you're working with. All the same at the end of the day. You want to have the same rules when you're all said and done. You want to try to look at them somewhat the same. I know that was part of the problem that some guys had as well with, you know, eval accounts. As much as I say that eval accounts are a super great thing for people trying to learn, which I still will say that, the only disadvantage to them is a lot of people super high risks on evals try to pass them in one day. Especially when they have the, you know, 1 day to pass things and stuff to that nature. By all means, there's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes you want to make sure you don't transfer that over to the account or your master account, your SIM-funded account, however, whatever. That could get you in trouble. Be aware of what you're doing when you're trying to, you know, punt to get these accounts passed to. Manual A grade setups from 9 till 10:30. Makes up for it then at 10:30 to 1300. That works, Fortic. Very good. And I mean, that's the whole thing. It's got nothing to do with, and I know what you're saying about RR. Yeah, I mean, it's got absolutely nothing to do with what you use, right? Like whether you use RR, whether you use said strategy, whether you use whatever. What it's got to do with, and Fortic, you, from how you've drawn it out here, I'm sure you'll agree 100%. It's got more to do with having a plan, having rules in place and following them. It's actually got nothing to do with how you accomplish the goal at hand. What, you know, which direction you take to get it. Everybody can do that differently. It has more to do with what rules you have in place and holding yourself accountable to limit your losses is how I like to look at it, right? You're trying to make less mistakes, because the less mistakes you make, the better you're going to end up in the end. I mean, that's all consistency, you know, limiting your mistakes. It's too short. You had to set up an entry there. 100, yeah, 40. That's just how I look at it. It's not, and I try to tell everybody all the time, because I don't want anybody thinking that, you know, this isn't the way to trade or that's not the way to trade or anything else. I only talk about how I trade, because, you know, I'm sitting here doing a live stream every day. But with that being said, it really doesn't have to do with how you trade. It really doesn't have to do with how you take profit or how you take a stop loss or anything else, you know, as far as your setup goes, your entry goes, your RR goes. None of these things really are the determining factor of whether you're consistently profitable or not. Normally, what the factor is is whether you stay consistent. So if you have your strategy and it is consistent, then you stick with that strategy and you will be consistent. That's the whole thing. Sticking to your rules means a lot more than your strategy at hand, believe it or not. And I know a lot of you guys don't, you have a hard time believing that. Everybody thinks that it's the next, the next strategy, the next indicator, the next mentor, the next course you take, this is the next great thing. But in reality, it has a lot more to do with sticking to a plan and following that plan, to the T, consistently, time after time after time after time. That's really where you're going to see consistency. Club Joe, did you have an entry? And was there a setup for you to enter short? You shorted, but you're out now? Good job, Mr. Y. Very nice, man. Yeah. Went down and hit VWAP. Yep, Ace, that seems to be it seems to be common lately, isn't it? Seems like we go up, we take out the all-time high, and we come back and bounce on VWAP. Seems to be what we've been doing for the last trading days, right? Hate to say 4 or 5 days because we had a weekend that played through, but you understand what I'm saying. Last week, it seemed to be pretty common that that's what we were doing. Yeah. Down to the 0.5 on this wick. I don't know. It is way back up. I've sent them another email because I still find this rule ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, Sonny, but sadly, it's the rule they have. Yeah, VWAP is my #1 go-to indicator. Yeah, absolutely, Ace. VWAP is good because essentially it's the fair value, right? Or to look in the blue book or what have you on a vehicle price. You know, you go to Kelly Blue Book and you look up car's value. That's what the VWAP is. Did you have a setup, Club Joe? You have a setup and an entry to go short. I mean, you can't be upset if there was no way for you to get involved, right? Oh, she was doing nothing, so you closed. So essentially, okay, yeah. You had to come up with an exit plan too, man. That's what you're saying. You were in it and then got out because it wasn't doing anything. Come up with an exit plan before you enter your position, right? So, like when I'm talking about a trade, I mean, you have to come up with an exit plan too. So like, let's just say that, and I don't want to draw this up because unfortunately too many people, we got people on the live stream, but you understand how I trade. So let's just say that we entered right here on the flip of this candle for fun, right? And we've got no wick. You know how I trade though. And the whole thing is if we're recovering the wick on the previous candle, then we know exactly where we're taking profit 1. And then we also know on the wick of the candle that we're working on that that's where our stop loss is. So that's our exit plan. Stays in between those, then you're just going to sit there. Not that that's normal or going to happen, but if it did, you just ride it out, right? And then once you hit take profit 1 and you move your stop into profit, well, now you know that you're just going to chase it as we go through the next levels. So you really need to have some kind of plan as to where your take profit is, where your stop loss is, and essentially your take profit should mean that the trade's going your way. Your stop loss should mean that the trade has not gone your way. I mean, I realize people say, well, duh, you get stopped out. That means it didn't go your way. No, I'm saying the market actually isn't going your way. That's why you hit your stop loss. That's where you've declared that your trade is no longer valid. So it's just as important to have an exit plan as it is to have an entry. Lepjo, you always want to have that. It's just as important, right? Just as important as your entry. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Y, but very nice. Very nice, Vortic. Good job, man. I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Oh, yeah. I forgot they had a free reset, Sonny. Are you still here, Sonny, or did you already? I never know if you're still listening in or... Well, no, you're on... Yeah, still don't know. I forgot about the free reset, though. You're right. Yeah, you're here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way to go. I never even thought about it. I forgot they offered that. That's one thing that they offer that others don't. Yep, yep. You did the, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the way to go, Sonny, honestly. I still don't think they're bad. I think it's just a rule, and I think you're going to have, I think some of the companies you're just going to have that rule with. But I don't get, and answer me this, Sonny, and maybe yours doesn't work that way, but when you turn off your Ninja Trader, when you close it, doesn't it say that you have an open position? Mine says that. So, like, if I accidentally left an order and I go to close it, it'll say you have an open position. And then you could just go in there and, you know, hit close or... Does yours not work that way, or? Does, but I didn't close the net. Okay. Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, I always close my ninja down. I gotcha. Always close my ninja down when I'm done for the day. But no worries. It's just one of those things. Yeah, Mr. Y, it happens. And your stop loss becomes... Aiken, yeah, I don't... What it was he left a entry. And forgot about it. And it went into... Well, I guess it was the weekend, I guess. Overnight, whatever. That was an open position, so it rules. Per rules. And I see what he's saying, too. The rules are stupid, don't get me wrong. And I don't think that, you were touching grass and missed them. Oh, Ace. That's alright, Mom. It happens. Anyway, Aiken, so he left a position open, and that was, you know, a rule violation. Is it a good rule? No. You know, the rule's dumb. Don't get me wrong. I agree with him. It's a dumb rule. So, and some of the companies automatically close your positions. So if you have something open, they just automatically close it, and that's it. No questions asked. But some other companies, if you have an open position, they don't automatically close it and you fail. So, and that's how all of them used to be. It's just some of them have changed. Now, how do they do it? I don't know. I don't know how they've changed it to where now it's not a fail and they automatically close it, but I know some of them now automatically close it and it's not a fail anymore. Apex used to be, it was a fail. You would fail your account if you kept it open. Now, Apex is not a fail. They automatically close it. So it just depends on what company you go with. Yeah, Paul. You say every time you leave that something's going to happen, and it seems to play out that way a lot. Yeah, seems to play out that way a lot. I don't know how it works, but for whatever reason, it does seem to do that.
I'm glad you're beginning to see it as well as myself.
See you in a minute, Mr. Y.
That was a nice move.
Yep, it was. Yeah, Sonny, I mean, it is dumb. And I'm not saying it's not. I don't know why they fail or not closing the positions, but I will say it used to be that everybody had that rule. So it's not uncommon per se. What's the reasoning behind it? I don't know. Why is it that some of them have switched to automatically closing it and not failing you? And how were they able to do that and the rest aren't? Again, these are specifics I have no answers for. I'm with you. I believe that, you know, if you can't trade overnight and there is a way to just automatically close it, then they should just automatically close it and not fail you, because some of them have did that, you know. So it'd be nice if all of them followed suit and they all did it. Then it wouldn't have been an issue anymore. But as far as the specifics go, I don't know why some are some way and some aren't. Cannot tell you that one. But you still get the free reset in the that you get from in the beginning, right? I mean, that's the whole point of the free reset, right? Is that if you break the rules, they reset it, because they offer one free. Are you sure? Because that doesn't make any sense. They offer one free reset. So if you would have blew the account, it's the same thing, right? I don't know. I'll have the wife check into that one, because that doesn't make any sense, Sonny. They should give you the free reset regardless, because that's offered with the account. Yeah, Club Joe. Well, I said you need to come up with a clear exit plan for yourself too. However, you know what I mean. Whatever works best for you. I don't know, Paul. Yeah, I mean, do you have the oscillator? I was never a fan of that oscillator. I think Fu Manchu will work better. That's what Sonny uses.
Yeah, I have that as well. It just I just swatched it up on a chart just to see if it how it operated. I'm just wondering, had anybody ever used it for anything other than crypto? So I will be sticking with Fu Manchu, but
yeah,
checking it out.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the Disruptive Developers Oscillator. I've got Market Liberator, and then also Market Rider, and they were all three paid in the beginning, and I've got all three of those indicators, and you already know I'm not really an oscillator guy. I found out after all of it that oscillators just, and I'm not saying that they're bad, right? I mean, I know Sonny swears by oscillators, and there's plenty of people, I mean, Z does. There's plenty of people who swear by oscillators. They're just not my cup of tea. It doesn't, you know, Z always tells me, well, if I put the oscillators on my chart, I could see more, but I don't see any difference with them, but that's just me again. So I have all of them, but I never really use them. I don't know. I've got that market rider. I should drop that to you. Because I was like one of the only lifetime members of Market Rider, and the guy who coded it, he was in tactical analysis, and he was working with TJ to get the indicator out, and TJ was talking about it in live streams and everything like that before, you know, everything kind of fell apart. And after the fact, I ended up buying lifetime on it, and he got out of trading. The guy coded the indicator, and he actually gave me the script to it. So I've got like open source script to it because I purchased it lifetime, and he said, here, you can do whatever you please with it since I'm, you know, not doing it anymore. So I may see if I can find it, Paul, and I'll drop it to you because I know you love all those indicators. It's got a whole bunch of stuff on it. I can't tell you what it does or what it doesn't do, but it is a paid indicator that does all kinds of somethings.
Yep, definitely DM me, disrupt my man, and I'll get it onto my trading view.
Yep.
Excellent, thank you.
I just gotta find it. I think I got it on a drive. But either way, I'll find it and I'll DM it to you.
What would we like to see here now? Reality, we're almost at the close of the hour candle. We've swept the range. What would we like to see happen?
It's kind of ugly right now because it's 11. So yeah, it's 11 after that big old move. I'm gonna assume, if I was to guess here though, and this is just, again, I could be wrong, my assumption though is that we're gonna close inside this range, and we'll probably come back up and start playing around in the range, you know. So essentially we'll close above, we'll probably put on a bottom wick, flip, maybe trade in here back and forth throughout the rest of the day, staying with inside this area here. Do I know that for sure? No, obviously not. That's just my assumption after that move, because normally at 11 a.m. the volume really dies off on gold. So that would be my assumption of what happens, but
so would it be possible? Not possible, but I'm looking at this now. If we come down here and say stop just at the range, and then we get a wick down, and it's less than 30, is that a possibility for a long back up again into the range, or would that be very, very dodgy taking it from that level?
Well, I mean, it kind of is because you may be sitting holding your position for a while, but I mean, it definitely could play, and you could get into profit and stuff like that. It's just, you know, it may not have enough oomph to do a whole lot other than just, you know, a couple 3 ticks up, a tick down, 2 ticks up, you know, 2 ticks down, 3 ticks back up. I mean, you may sit there in that ugly price action. Not saying it will. Maybe today will be different, but normally after 11, that's what it does. Just kind of, you know, do this real slow movement up and down that doesn't really ever end up going anywhere. It's all said and done. But today could be different. I mean, let's see how this whole thing closes and see if it still continues to move. But normally that's what you seem to see after 11. That's why I don't trade it a lot. And we've got no news today at all, so nothing to look forward to as the day progresses here.
Dixie has started to climb again. Just after taking a wee look at it there.
Yeah. Look at that pump up. Yeah, Dixie's running.
Yeah.
If you want to send me a friend request on Discord, go ahead. I don't do any kind of you know, anything. I'm not anyway. Stay until London close sometime. Good move. Yeah, Ace. That could be. And here's kind of what you're talking about. All, and it could come down. You know, the 0.5 is going to be previous day low for the most part here of this wick.
Yep.
So it could hold previous day low and then come up and flip. And I mean, you've got this whole candle here. So essentially you're going to call this, you know, a inefficiency. So you can say this was a vector candle down. You can call this a fair value gap currently. Obviously you're working with this candle, but you go to a lower time frame, you're going to see your candles down. So essentially this would be a single print on the chart or whatever. So you can anticipate the recovery of the candle. You know, BMC is a great tool to detect the fake pumps or dumps. Yeah. That makes sense, Sonny. Hold on. There's the script right here, Paul. I believe this is the script right here. There it is right there. If I remember right, you were prior to the...
I got that.
Yeah, that's the Pine script. You should just be able to copy and paste that and drop it in Pine script editor or whatever it is. And it should drop on the chart. There's all kinds of stuff on there. And then you can go to the settings and change all kinds of stuff. If you find anything useful or anything that would... or things that make sense, then, you know, or figure out any kind of way to make, you know, any kind of strategy or entry system or anything out of it. I've never really looked at it. Then absolutely great. The only thing that would be great is if you share it and we'll drop it.
Yeah.
Everybody else take advantage of it as well. But I don't want everybody just out there trying to. There's going to be like entry things on the chart and stuff like that, and I don't want anybody just trying to blindly follow that if it's not something that'll work. That's why I don't share things around like that, because you already know what people do.
Yeah, I do.
So I don't want to see I don't want to be part of anybody blowing accounts or anything else. I know that you are a lot. You understand how it works. Let's put it that way. There's a top wick. That's tough. Now it's putting a top wick. It's probably going to push down instead, but you never got to close below. So that is the problem there. Trying to take a, trying to take a long, and you gotta realize we've got a lot of area to recover down here on the bottom side too. Once we lose this area.
We have loads of wickless candles. Remember we were chatting about this earlier on the silent TA. So yeah, there's a lot of quantity to recover.
Yep. Tough spot.
I almost opened a long there at the, see, before that big candle came in. That's the reason that I walked away. I was that sure that it was going to pop up to those look map things. But then I realized then, whenever they hadn't already popped it, they're probably going to leave that for some other day during the week. So I got up and I walked away because the FOMO was real.
Yep. And that's the biggest thing is, it's not the point of you have FOMO, or it's not the point of you have, anger or emotions because, you're going to revenge trade. Is the point of recognizing that you have these things and controlling them. It's not, exactly as you did there. It's really not the point of having it, and that somehow is the problem. It's really not the problem. It's how you react to it once, it sets in. Yeah. If you can get up and walk away like that, that's exactly, the response that you need to have. And if you continue to do that, I always say you can make a habit of that. And now you walk away every time you get, to that FOMO, you're never going to make it go away. People think you just, turn off your emotions, make things go away. You're always going to feel how you're going to feel. You're not going to, it's just like anything else in life. If you're, scared of bears and you're walking in the woods and a bear crosses track right in front of you, you're going to be scared. You're just not going to get away with that from that. It's how you handle that fear. You know what I mean? Do you go and start running from it when it's chasing you, or how you handle it's the problem, not the fact that you had the fear in the first place. That's normal. There's nothing wrong with that. It's how you progress past that that's the problem. Yep. And that's the whole thing. They will get easier to control, and that's the whole thing. It's all in how you control the emotions. You just can't make them go away. I know all these guys will say, oh, you just just turn it off. Yeah, just turn it off. You know, that's just, it's not how it works. It's just like every other kind of emotion. Kind of like what I talk about in the video there. If you had monsters under your bed when you were a kid, you know, you could be told 100 times that there wasn't monsters under your bed when you were a kid, but it's not going to matter, right? Like, you still think there's monsters under your bed. You can't just make that go away. But how do you deal with the monsters under your bed, you know? Do you sit there and, you know, think the fact of, hey, there's really nothing there, I'm just scaring myself, or, you know, it's how you approach it and how you actually, you know, control it or deal with it is what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Kind of sad though. Yeah, Club Joan, it is. It's one of those things, but I'm telling you, and we've had this conversation before. You really need an exit plan. You really need a clear plan of when you take profit, when you close your position, when you take a stop loss, something. You need some kind of actual plan of how you're going to do that. So you really need to get that together as to how you enter the position, how you exit the position. Like here, I mean, I don't want to draw it out on my chart. Okay, I'm going to draw it out on my chart. Nobody take this position, guys. I'm just drawing this out to show Klepcho. All right, so if we were trading this, say this was a closure below, say we were trading it and we were going short, our clear plan would have been just like this. Take profit 1 would have been right here, the recovery of this wick, and now we'd be chasing a stop loss down. And this is how it's going to be every single trade. This is going to be where your stop loss is. So if it comes above this level, you're out. This is going to be where your take profit is. So if it hits this level, you're taking profit 1. Now you're dragging your stop. Right? And that's how every trade's going to go every single time, repetitively, consistently, always. Because our entry is just as important, or our exit, let's say, is just as important as our entry, right? It's just as important. So you have to have that, Klepcho. You have to have what your exit is and why. Why are you exiting? Well, for us, the reason that we're exiting is because we broke this top wick. So chances are, you know, it's going up. That's how we look at our position, right? And take profit 1 is here. Why? Because longs came in here, and longs came in to put this wick on. So once we hit this, that's their entries. They can hold. We're right at weekly open. Makes super sense that they could hold here, right? So that's why we do TP1, go +1 for our break even, because that's what we expect is going to happen there. You have to have a clear set out plan as to how you're going to exit to before you ever enter. That makes sense, I hope. I mean, you have to get these rules together, because this isn't the first time you've talked about I've exited too quick. And then there will be no doubt in your mind that you didn't exit at the right place, because it's always going to be that's where it was. So essentially, if it comes down, it hits take profit 1, and if it comes back, let's just say that we were going to get close at this wick, right? So our stop's hit now, right? So we got our stop hitting profit. Let's just say it stopped about where it is now. Okay. Now, if this price goes down another 10 million ticks, I don't care, right? And that's half the problem that people have. People say, well, I entered here and look at it. Now it's all the way down here. If you weren't going to be in the trade anyways, because you followed your rules, then who cares? Doesn't matter. The whole difference between having an exit plan, right? And you have to know that. Yep, there's always another trade as well. But you got to follow. You got to have a plan in place that keeps you consistent as well. Just because a moved down, and I get this all the time too. Here we are, we're trading right here, and you know, you get a close below here, you've got no bottom wick, you've got no top wick on this candle, so obviously we never would have entered here. We have no entry. And people come in and they say, oh man, look at that drop, I missed that move. You only miss the move if you actually had an entry there, first off. And then it's, you only miss the move if you were awake. You only miss the move if it was during your trading hours. You only miss the move if you were actually at your PC. You know, all these things you bring into it, and now all of a sudden, not just you miss the move anymore. Now there's just not, you know, you don't even look at it that way anymore. There was a setup and entry. Glad it played out the way it was supposed to. I wasn't at the machine, but it's good to, you know, build confidence by looking that, you know, our play actually worked. You know, that's how you should be looking at it. You know, in the negative terms of I missed the move, right? You do want to try to flip as much positive as you can. Mentally, that helps you, I'll be honest with you. Does anybody have any questions today?
What's the Nasdaq at?
Stump, Sonny says. There we go. Nasdaq right here. Like we're basically trading inside, so this is essentially trading inside yesterday or previous day. I can't say yesterday because we didn't have any yesterday. It was Friday, but previous day range. So this was Friday's high, Friday's low. So as of right now, we're trading inside yesterday's range currently. I was expecting we'd get a tap to 20,295 plays, but Dixie's on a he's on a mission, I think. Interesting. National Football Association. I'm ready for a real nice short opportunity. Sounds good, Sonny. Does anybody have any more questions today? Gotta be honest with you, it wasn't bad movement for Monday. Nowhere to really
the last
get him.
3 or 4 Mondays have been very good for us, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
There's been lots and lots happening.
Yeah. Yeah, Klepjo. And that's the whole thing, right? That's why you want to have a clear set of rules. Like I said, go watch that video. It's in the server. When we get off the stream, go watch that video. See if maybe it helps some. Guys, but the setup is beautiful, Sonny. Are you going to be able to be here tomorrow, Sonny, hopefully? I don't know. $1,000? I swear. You already know. 12,000. Got a copy of the screenshot. We'll be adding those levels. Yeah. Hello, Jeff. And yeah, we are about to pack up. About to head out. I was seeing if anybody had any questions before I head out. Got a bunch of editing to do.
I'm looking forward to watching this new video now. I'll be putting this on after the stream ends.
Yeah, see what you think. Like I said, I like it. It was sticking to your strategy, more on discipline and sticking to your strategy and things of that nature. Kind of be going over it, but I think it's good. I think it adds more to it. How do I set up Quant Tower for FTT? I assume you just download it and put in your username and password. That echo, right? Oh, he linked a video. Jeff, what are you doing? Quant Tower is not hard to set up. Well, none of them are really hard to set up. Ninja's pretty easy to set up too, but I just don't know about the Nitro side of it, but I assume it's similar. You can't. You have to log out of Apex in order to do so. Unless you want to use Sandboxy and run 2 instances of RTrader. I've done that, but you have to have a machine that'll keep up. Gotta go see you guys on Wednesday. All right, Sonny. Have a great one, man. See you on Wednesday. Can I never trade them both? No, you can never trade them both. Not unless you, like I said, you run double instances. That's the only way you can trade them both. That's how I do it. I run Sandboxy and then run 2 instances of NinjaTrader and 2 instances of... Now, I don't know. Ask that echo because you may be able to... You may be able to run it as long as you don't... Once you've hooked up your Quant Tower, I don't know. You may be able to run Quant Tower without actually having to sign into Rhythmic. And if you can, then you can run your NinjaTrader on Apex and run the Quant Tower on FTT. But again, that's a dead echo question because I've never used Quant Tower with that way. Like I use Top Step Quant Tower and NinjaTrader both at the same time. So, and it worked just fine. Signed my Rhythmic into just NinjaTrader, and then I'd use Quant Tower and just open it and use it. So you may be able to do that. I don't know though. It could be a little different. Yeah. Guys, does anybody have any questions? Any of you that are new here, I start silent TA and trading at 6 a.m. NY time, and then open mic around 9:20 NY time for New York Open. Yeah, they removed the flipping rule. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about that for 1 second. But that makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense anyways. Think about this for a minute. So what they did was they changed your trading days from 10 to 8. Okay, so it's 2 days. Right? And then they remove the flipping rule, but you have to make over $100 for 5 days. So the flipping rule, essentially, you can only do for 3 days of your 8 days that they move down from 10 days, but you still have to trade over $100 per day for 5 days. All right, so just wrap your head around that for a second. So in reality, they should have said 5 days, you know, instead of 10, and just told you had to do over $100, because the 8 days doesn't make any sense to me if you can flip for the final 3. What's the point? I'm going to be making a video on the Apex thing here. I don't know how quickly I can get to it, but I'm going to try to. I've got a whole bunch of videos I got to edit that I've already recorded over the week. So, but it's just it's silly. All the rules. Well, the consistency rule didn't used to be a thing in the beginning. That's the whole thing too. It's just they put so many rules into place and then change the rules, and now I'm supposed to be happy with the fact that the rules are changed. It's like the DCA rule, and I realize they say, oh well, it was in place in the beginning. They never enforced DCA.